of 50 days, though there is no shortage of accusations made amongst top guilds as to pretty much anything that could have in any way given another guild an advantage. Indeed, at the time, some felt that NVIDIA, due to their legacy among raiding, were overlooked by Blizzard when taking advantage of actions which could very easily be considered exploits. One of many they took advantage of was their Hodia hard mode kill, where a number of mobs were dragged over from the Freya encounter that mages used to spell steal a buff called Flower Power from. This increased their damage by 25% and stacked up to 10 times. This meant the 5 mages they brought along were doing 250% bonus damage, and they could cheese the hard mode on the encounter. But hey, that was what you had to do at the time. Other guilds could have figured it out, so they have to if they want the world first, right? This is the mentality that prevailed at the time. Yogg Zero Lights was also not without drama. A guild, Exodus, found a way to bug out the final phase of the fight so that the ads that spawned had no effect. They said, the bug is when somebody is left inside the brain room of Yogg Saron, they can still get aggro on the ads that spawn in phase 3. This means if you have somebody getting healing aggro in the brain room, they will get aggro on the ads, which cause them to evade in place and allows for all of your raid's DPS to be focused on Yogg. Nevertheless, they pushed on and even recorded the kill, afterwards reporting the severe bug that they had found. So what did Blizzard do other than ban them for 72 hours, remove the world first credit, titles, and loot? One member, K Warrior from Exodus, confirmed the suspension following the exploit, but also asked for a bit more accountability from Blizzard towards NVIDIA and their not too shiny track record. It would not take long for this to come true. As for Zero Lights, NVIDIA could not crack it with their roster, and a complete surprise came from a Taiwanese guild, Stars. The difference maker was the comp that they had access to. Part of the Zero Lights encounter has a mechanic where you cannot face the boss. Warlock's Drained Soul at the time was an extremely powerful execute ability that could be channeled with your back to the boss, which made them invaluable on the most important part of the fight. Yogg Zero Lights took 85 days to vanquish. Patch 3.2 led us onto one of World of Warcraft's less memorable raids, Trial of the Grand Crusader, the first tier to feature heroic raiding as a toggle outside of the instance, and the second tier in a row for an upset for the world first race. NVIDIA at the time claimed they were going for achievements rather than the actual first heroic kill. Regardless, another European guild rose here to prominence and began their era of dominance. Paragon, an entirely Finnish-speaking guild who pulled off some of the most impressive world firsts we have ever seen. With the grand finale of Wrath of the Lich King looming, it was looking like a 2-horse race between the recently deposed NVIDIA and Paragon. But the opening of Icecrown Citadel would see one of the biggest dramas in competitive raiding ever, and the end of an era for a legend. Exodus's foreshadowing of Blizzard holding NVIDIA accountable had come around, and their time of reckoning was upon them. At the time, a clear on normal mode was required to access heroic, so guilds were looking to get the content clear as soon as possible. The race was truly on, and it was NVIDIA's world first Lich King 25 normal that led to their downfall. One exploit too far. This boss was just too big to Blizzard, and they could not ignore what had been done. The cause? Bombs. Saronite bombs. They somehow rebuilt the platform when they detonated. In a statement, Blizzard said the siege damage of the bombs was causing the Frozen Throne platform to rebuild, which greatly decreases the difficulty of the encounter, and in the hours to follow, Blizzard would issue both a hotfix to the encounter as well as a 72-hour suspension for members of NVIDIA. Opinions on this ban have gone back and forth so much. From rogues use bombs as part of their rotation, they didn't intend it to, it's about time NVIDIA were banned for using an exploit. Nevertheless, it was a full house of Finns that led their way to the world first Lich King heroic 25 kill. On 26th of March 2010, 46 days after heroic mode was made available, Arthas fell with arguably one of the most famous moments in WoW raiding history. In December of 2010, the Cataclysm struck, changing Azeroth forever and uncovering new zones that had been shrouded in mystery for so long. Hyjal, Uldum, and Vashir. And with this, raiding changed once again. Now 10 and 25 man had equal rewards, though 25 man got more drops. Also, the attempt system of previous tiers had gone. World first, raiders didn't know at the time, but the opening tier was going to be absolutely brutal. Tier 11 featured Blackwing Descent with a return from both Onyxia and Nefarian, Bastion of Twilight with Cho'Gall and the secret hidden heroic boss Sinestra, and Throne of the Four Winds, where we fought our first elemental lord of the expansion. The White Death, known as Paragon, washed over this entire tier, though Method were very much on their heels for the majority of it. Paragon opened Cataclysm with a trio of world firsts, Nefarian falling in 27 days, Bastion of Twilight in 38 days, and Al-Akir in 42 days. In the words of a Paragon Raider Zin, all in all, this tier of raiding in my opinion has been the hardest tier of raiding overall. There haven't been many pushover bosses on heroic difficulty, there hasn't been any time gating, there hasn't been any achievements and such. It's just been one big, absolutely brutal grind. Secret boss Sinestra was nearly a source of drama as it hadn't been fully tested, and Blizzard were live hotfixing it during attempts, which made strategizing against it frustrating. And this wouldn't be the last time a boss was A, not tested, and then B, basically live tested by the world first raiders. Din also commented that you could literally hit the boss for over 1 billion damage with a single GCD. It was pretty scary watching Sinestra almost die by accident. Luckily it didn't come to this, and they claimed a kill as Blizzard intended in the end. The first major content patch for the Cataclysm dropped on June 28th. A summer release for the Firelands was all too fitting. This raid would see some very cool encounter design from the likes of Alis Resort, and our second encounter with the Elemental Lord of Fire, Ragnaros, except this time he's grown some legs. Paragon got an esports sponsor as well, now changing their name to Dream Paragon, and they would prove their worth in the Firelands. The revisit from Rag made many of the legendary boss lists of World of Warcraft look like absolute jokes. This fight was 16 minutes of absolute perfection, yet once again the Finns conquered the flame. Despite the sheer difficulty and having done over 500 pulls, Ragnaros Revisited fell 14 days from release. The follow-up raid to the Firelands is steeped in controversy among World of Warcraft fans. The birth of LFR, a tier that lasted 10 months with no new content, and a disappointing conclusion to the expansion. It also subverted the expectations of the players following the world first race, but not in the ways that you would want. With LFR being a brand new system, I suppose it shouldn't have been a surprise that it did have its problems, but it was LFR abuse that caused many top guilds to land themselves with an 8-day ban on the eve of heroic mode releasing, effectively giving themselves a little to no chance to compete. Both Method and Paragon were slapped with the ban hammer for exploiting here. Here's an explanation of what exactly went down from Paragon. We found out that you can loot pass loot on bosses regardless of save status if you zone out and back into the instance. This did not provide the raid with any extra loot, but it did eliminate a major portion of the RNG that would have been involved involved in simply doing personal runs for everybody. And despite it being LFR gear, the Dragon Soul Tank Tier 4 set had exceptionally powerful bonuses that could function as raid-wide cooldowns. These, among other items, were very desirable for heroic progression as tools for the top guilds. However, kin raiders from Korea stepped up and claimed the world first kill on the Spine of Deathwing, and would go on to defeat the madness of Deathwing 2. In fact, many players at the time believed Spine to be the more difficult fight due to the extremely high burst DPS requirements. Deathwing lived for 14 days. The next expansion was considered a bit of an out-of-season April Fool's joke by many, yet contained some of the most loved raids and encounters. Our next journey takes us to a faraway land, where we're going to be fighting bugs, statues, most scarily of all, emotions. Paragon took a raid downsize, moving into Mists of Pandaria, and whilst they completely dominated the 10-man heroic scene, as mentioned at the start, the focus here is on 25. At the time, some of their raiders seeking to push looked to another EU guild that had steadily been on the rise, without question the most recognisable guild name ever, and a team that is still going today. Method. North American guild Blood Legion also proved highly competent during the era of Mists of Pandaria as well. The opening tiers of MOP had a staggered release. Mogashan Vaults was first, with Will of the Emperors dropping 3 days after it was out. Method claimed that one. Heart of Fear was next, another short race, Blood Legion taking a point for NA here. Empress Shekzia dropped on day 5. Terrace of the Endless Springs was the last for the opening tier, the final boss of the raid being the Shah of Fear. Despite it being one of the longest and most complicated boss encounters in recent memory, their first kill being a grueling 24-minute slugfest. Patch 5.1 opened on March 5th, 2013, the Throne of Thunder, a raid that players look back to as a crowning jewel on how damn good raiding can be when it's good. As with previous tiers, North American guild Blood Legion provided a competitor for Method. The boys from across the pond were starting to show signs of life after a stint of EU dominance in the raiding scene ever since AQ40. Nevertheless, Method at this point were really on a different level, going from strength to strength, earning their world first kill of Lei Shen heroic 25-man. This also unlocked the second secret-only heroic boss since Sinestra, the enslaved titan from whom Lei Shen had stolen his power, Raden. Unfortunately, just like Sinestra, the fight was buggy and it was undertuned, leading to a somewhat forgettable end of an otherwise fantastic tier. The Thunder King's reign lasted 14 days. Mists of Pandaria culminated with the heroes of Azeroth joining forces to storm the gates of Orgrimmar and put an end to the tyrannical reign of Garrosh Hellscream, who totally did nothing wrong. Siege of Orgrimmar was a marathon of a raid featuring 14 bosses total, only one less than Naxxramas. Although the majority fell within the first 2 days, and similar to Throne of Thunder, Blood Legion were on the heels of Method and indeed led the race early on. But Method cracking some of the tougher encounters earlier, such as Siegecrafter Blackfuse, gave them the extra time they needed on Garrosh. A 15-minute highly complex encounter where a lone paladin landed the final blow in their bubble. Garrosh lived for 14 days. We're seeing a lot of 14 days, aren't we, actually, for the world first kills. Wondering why? Well, it's reset day for the instance, and these kills usually blast back through the reclear, and the extra gear helps them get over the line just barely. Siege of Orgrimmar was a raid I enjoyed a lot personally as well. The one criticism, well, it opened on the 10th of September 2013. The next expansion wouldn't drop until the 13th of November 2014. That's a long time. I really hope it's worth the wait. through the dark portal again then, but this time in the past? I'm confused. Time traveling orcs or something. Back to a blast from the past in Warlords of Draenor, we would see an uncorrupted Outland and face a whole new series of challenges, more commonly known at the time as the second Orc expansion in a row. It had a lot to live up to, and raiding wise, many would agree it did. Warlords of Draenor was the first expansion where the newly introduced 20-man mythic mode would be used from the start to the end, a format which has stuck to this day. The opening tier was Highmaul, and for this raid, the Finns made their triumphant return to 20-man raiding. After a dominant show in the 10-man scene of Mists of Pandaria, Aragon were back to the big leagues. And as they tended to do, they tipped the scales and got the world first of Imperator Margok. Overall though, the Highmaul world first race was a short one. Imperator lived for 4 days. The next tier, a mere 2 months later, was Black Rock Foundry, a raid with some of the most brilliant and just plain fun boss designs to ever have been put in the game. Hans and Franz with their slammers and pop-tarts, Operator Thogar aka the train boss, and Blackhand with his multi-floor encounter. Black Rock Foundry would be the final tier for NA's hopeful Blood Legion, as they once again fell short on a world first, though Midwinter gave Method a run for their money. But again, it was Method that landed the first kill. Blackhand lived for a total of 10 days. And at this point, things were not overly looking good for Warlords of Draenor here. There was a doubt that Blizzard even had another raid to pull out of the bag. They did though, Hellfire Citadel. This would be one of the hardest raid tiers in a very long time, and it all came down to the last boss, though the raid was packed with big lore names in WoW that we finally got to fight, such as Kilrog Deadeye, Gorefiend, Manaroth, but all of them fell over in the space of a week or so. Our second encounter with Archimonde since TBC was going to be quite a bit harder. Revamped Archimonde was one of the most mechanically demanding fights in a long time, and he lived for 16 days total. Warlords of Draenor, whilst having the challenge for raiders, had been a low point for many other players. Hopes were high heading into the next expansion, and with a return from Illidan Stormrage, the Demon Hunter class, and DPS meters about to go into their millions, how could it ever go wrong? Legion would prove to be arguably the most hardcore expansion there has ever been in WoW for the world first raiders. Between the legendary RNG, split raiding, this would be the last expansion to have master looting, grinding your AP and maintaining all of this on multiple characters, the burnout was fierce among the top end players. The first tier of the expansion was the Emerald Nightmare. Surely this was going to be, wait, it was really undertuned. Or maybe the players were overtuned. One way or another, this opening tier missed the mark for difficulty hard and was cleared within 18 hours of launch by Russian guild Exorcus. You could say Xavius surrendered to madness. A mini raid was added to tie over before the next big tier, and it was much more difficult than anything we had seen in the Emerald Nightmare. This was the Trial of Valor, and for the first time in a long old while, a title was added for not having died during the raid, the Chosen, though it was tracked on an individual player basis, not for the entire raid as it had been during Wrath of the Lich King for the Undying and other similar achievements. Hellier would live for 3 days as Method claimed another world first. The following raid was the Nighthold, the seat of the Nightborn's power, the font of night, and just lots of night stuff really. This raid would prove a 3-horse race between Method, Exorcus, and Serenity. Now Serenity had been formed sometime earlier with the goal of landing their own world first, and Legion wasn't the easiest expansion they could have set themselves that goal in. In the end, for the Nighthold, the Russians took their second world first of the expansion, showing the Emerald Nightmare was not just a stroke of luck. In the next 2 days, both Serenity and Method would also land their kills. This will be the last world first race for Serenity though, as a number of their members left to join Method, and the chance of a world first in the future slipped away. Exorcus took 11 days and 248 attempts to clear the Nighthold. The next tier would test the skill and patience of even the best guild. That was the Tomb of Sargeras. Now, throughout our world first journey, there have been many excessively difficult encounters. Heroic Rag, Mythic Archimonde, but what would await the best guilds in Tomb of Sargeras was something even beyond that. In fact, at the start of the tier, Tomb of Sargeras was looking as though it was going to fall over in no time at all. And then guilds started getting to Fallen Avatar, a two-part fight where you decided when the boss would be phased based on its energy bar or its remaining health, followed by a phase 2 DPS race, where Method barely managed to get the kill before the next mechanic would have wiped out the raid. The final fight in the Tomb of Sargeras was a second encounter against Kil'jaeden, and this would prove just more than a little more difficult than what SK Gaming had to deal with in the Sunwell. This encounter was brutally difficult and had mechanics that certain race class combos literally could not live through. Shamans and priests were forced to race change to Goblin for the rocket boost ratio that could be used to overcome a series of knockbacks. This entire encounter was 15 minutes of perfection of dealing with soaks, overlaps and flawless execution, and after 19 days and 654 wipes, Method were free from the spaceship prison and had beat the Tomb of Sargeras. The ending cinematic of this instance would set the scene for our next journey, to another planet, to the home of the Legion, Argus. The final raid of this epic expansion would see the heroes of Azeroth finally take the fight to the Legion and destroy the corrupted world soul that sustained them. Though it was another relatively short raid overall, 10 out of 11 bosses were defeated by the second day of the raid opening, and from near the start it was looking as though a two-guild race between US hopeful Limit and Europe's Method. Yet in another display of skill, after 8 days and 320 wipes, Method once again won the race without drama. Legion had been hard on the top guilds, a lot of grind, very difficult end bosses, and lots of RNG on gearing. The next expansion though, whilst not loved by many, would see massive changes in the high-end raiding scene, and a total redesign of how the race was to be followed worldwide. For the first time in literally the history of raiding, the curtain would be pulled aside. Viewers would get a real look into exactly what went into World First raiding, the tactics, the comp changes, the wiping, the progress, the hours they pulled day over sometimes week at a time. Spearheaded by Method, who had decided to stream their entire World First progression, this would bring an entire new level of hype to the event. No longer was it speculations on forums, rumours and eagerly refreshing Warcraft log pages to see if a kill had been landed. Now you got it in real time. Many guilds would go on to follow this example, and today World First raiding has entirely changed because of this initiative. Whilst guilds now get to actively watch other attempts and learn from their mistakes, it makes it a much more compelling event, not to mention a much more solid earner for the organisations as well, which can keep them going strong. The opening tier for battle for Azeroth was Uldir, a Titan facility reminiscent of Ulduar, though not quite so fondly remembered or looked back upon. In the end, Method's method prevailed, another world first for them. G'huun fell on day 8 after 285 pulls. The battle for Dazara Lore would follow, an interesting raid format where Horde and Alliance would briefly play as the opposite faction to see the story of the raid through their eyes. Similar to Uldir though, Limit was once again proving stiff competition for Method, but the last boss, Jaina Proudmoore, would be the real challenge. A race that only lasted one reset but coming down to the wire, and despite Limit getting there first, Method were able to perfect the tactics and take down the encounter in 7 days and 346 wipes. And then we had the Crucible of Storms, another mini raid like the Trial of Valor. As it turned out, this would be one of the most difficult raids in a very long time, despite only having 2 bosses. And for a change, a different European guild, Pieces, would land the world first kill. Crucible of Storms in the end lasted 9 days and 700 pulls, until Pieces took down Unat. The next raid featured a zone and a boss who could have held up an entire expansion, but this was to be it unfortunately. Nazjatar and Ashara's Eternal Palace. Another relatively straightforward raid until the end boss again, Queen Ashara herself. The televised nature of the raid lended itself to how incredibly close pulls were going back and forth between Limit and Method. Side by side they were getting ever closer to a kill percentage by percentage, but it was Method again that claimed the throne for themselves, defeating the Queen after 12 days and 359 pulls. The final raid of the rollercoaster of BFA saw another setting you could have arguably put a whole expansion on, Nihilo for the Waking City. And for the first time in 8 years, North America took a world first. The last one was Heart of Fear and Mr. Pandaria. Yes, that was 8 years before BFA. Feel old yet. Limit took an early lead in the race and never let it go. The old god N'Zoth was a disappointing conclusion to an expansion many players would rather forget. He lived 10 days and endured 270 wipes, but Method's loss of the world first tier wouldn't be the thing that would nearly have the organisation fall apart. Something much worse had now been allowed to fester for far too long. In June 2020, a twitlonger was sent out alleging sexual misconduct from a prominent member of Method's raiding core and stream team, Method Josh. It was later found that Method had ample evidence of the ongoings but overlooked their importance and failed to act upon them. During the time in which the scandal unfolded, Method lost nearly everything. Sponsors left them, raiders sought out other teams, streamers quit the org, and leadership at the once world first guild went quiet for a period of several months. From the outside, it looked as though this would be it for Method. In time though, they would restructure, reevaluate, and be able to rebuild what was a fragmented organisation, because the next expansion was quickly approaching. With Method in turmoil, Limit seemingly had no competition left, and a world first run seemed assured for the North American powerhouse. Yet in the wake Method had left behind, another European guild had risen, Echo. This new squad was many of the ex-Method members who still sought to push performance in World of Warcraft raiding on a world-class level, and the opening raid of Shadowlands would be their proving grounds. In the end though, Limit would claim a back-to-back end-to-start of expansion win for North America, taking out Sire Denathrius on day 8 after 143 pulls. Echo would land a close second, and a reformed Method would land 5th. The second tier of Shadowlands was the Sanctum of Domination, where we finally actually get to fight Sylvanas Windrunner, which for such a big lore character ended up being a kinda, well, not the most epic encounter we could have envisioned, put it like that. However, here EU were back with a vengeance as Echo burst onto the world first scene, taking the world first on day 7 after 169 pulls. It had been a short-lived reign for NA, yet the race between the two was still very close. Patch 9.2 saw the final major content patch of the Shadowlands and the final tier we will cover in this video, the Sepulchre of the First Ones. This raid saw a return of tier sets to World of Warcraft and an insane difficulty wall for the top end guilds, with many being stuck on a mid-raid boss for several days. Much like the past two tiers, it had appeared to be a race between North America hopeful Limit, who have now joined an org and changed their name to Liquid, and Europe's Echo. And as we've seen so far, it takes something special for an end boss to make it past day 14, and the Jailer would be one to join that group. Echo once again proved their worth on a back-to-back world first victory, felling Zoval on day 18 after 227 pulls. That's the same number of days as Archimonde Mythic was in Warlords of Draenor, and one less than Mythic killed Jaden in Legion. Suffice to say, this was not a pushover tier. Equally remarkable was Method scoring world second after Limit called it due to burnout among players. At the same time, somewhat of a bittersweet climb for Method, as the Jailer bugged in the final phase and did not heal as much as he was supposed to. Nevertheless, the kill stands and Blizzard have just hotfixed it moving forwards. To be in contention for world second all the same considering what happens shows the organisation that still has a lot of talent. Which brings us all the way up to date. We don't even know what the next expansion is as of this video releasing. All we do know is it's going to be announced April 19th. You can really tell how the world first race has changed over the years and how much more competitive the scene has grown. The tuning for content Blizzard is throwing at the best raiders in modern World of Warcraft is crazy difficult, and I think you can see a turning point when Paragon began to demolish the competition back in Wrath of the Lich King to early Cataclysm, where even exceptionally difficult bosses were barely making it to the second reset. We will have to see whether Blizzard considers the difficulty of the Sepulchre of the First Ones as a new benchmark, or whether it's just the last raid of the expansion. Let's give people something to bash their heads against for a good while. I can only imagine how many times the content will be nerfed to be actually reasonable for the average cutting edge guild, or maybe the extra tier and legendaries will do the job instead. If you made it to the end of the video, thank you so much for watching. I don't do these mega videos videos too often, and this is the longest one I've ever done, I'm pretty sure, since it's just not a very sensible way to put out content like this when doing YouTube. Unfortunately, this site really likes quantity over quality for the most part, but this topic and how much there is to it felt special to me, so I did it the way I wanted to. Liking the video if you did and subscribing will help get the video out there, and hopefully if another topic comes by like this, I can really give it the time that it deserves. Let's hope whatever expansion comes next gives us many more entertaining and close world first races to follow. That is everything though. As always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon. We started this journey in 2019, and with Wrath of the Lich King Classic confirmed for 2022, it is time for another class retrospective series. During Vanilla we asked, was it any good though? In TBC we moved on to ask, is it any better now? And for Wrath, well, it's no longer a question of asking if your class is good or not, because every spec in the game is great at something. So we're going to be looking at what is new to your class baseline, the PvE talent changes as well as raiding, how well your class is expected to perform in raiding throughout the expansion, PvP performance in the arena, as well as taking a look at your tier sets. And then through this, hopefully we can give a proper answer to your class in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Just how broken is it now? I always end up starting these series covering druids. Why is that, I wonder? Well, it's the only class in the game with 4 effective specs, they always have so many talking points, and they continue to go from strength to strength as World of Warcraft progresses. During the Burning Crusade, I said that they were overall the most improved class coming from Classic. Moving into Wrath of the Lich King, they once again have had a lot of work into focusing each of their specs to be viable in their niche, rather than having this jack of all trades and master of none class fantasy. In fact, I think the idea of that was well out of the picture even by late vanilla, as the druids struggled to find their space anywhere apart from healing. TBC sure did improve on vanilla at least. Feral Tank became incredibly strong, Moonkin a utility powerhouse, Restoration a welcome addition, and Feral Cat was yeah, well, I guess it exists if you want it to. Outside of tanks though, druids weren't really a class you ever stacked. Whilst viable for their buffs, their individual performance could often leave much to be desired. So in Wrath of the Lich King, will druids continue to be the unsung hero supporting from the back line, or is it their time to shine at the top? Let's find out. Obligatory YouTuber intermission, start of the new series and all that. If you've been looking forward to this, can't wait to see your class, or just want to help out the channel in general, drop a like and a sub if you think that I deserve it. It's free and takes a few seconds, gets the videos out there, and hopefully the extra effort on the series will be worth it. Okay then, what is new baseline? None of the talent stuff, just the existing ability changes and new spells. Notepads out, because there's gonna be a lot of it. The balance tree first. You know when you're standing on some kind of platform or ledge outside and you try and cast Entangling Roots and the game says, what are you, crazy? You can't cast this spell indoors. At least it creates some memes, but in Wrath you can cast Entangling Roots indoors, giving the druid a fairly reliable source of CC. Speaking of roots, Nature's Grasp is now baseline and has 3 charges instead of 1. Barkskin gets some nice buffs, moving from a 20% damage reduction in TBC to 30% 30% and is now castable in all forms. A great change for actively tanking ferals, gaining another cooldown to use. Armor reduction effects such as that from Fairy Fire are now percentage and not a flat amount. This is an across the board change for all armor reduction effects in fact. A big one now, balance gains access to a spammable AoE as Hurricane has had its cooldown removed. This is a change that when we talk about balance in more detail with talents, you'll see how they go from kind of meh AoE to you can really start to begin to top meters and delete entire packs as a boomy. Finally, for balance, Innovate is reworked. It goes from a 6-minute cooldown and basing its mana restored off the target spirit to a flat amount of mana equal to 225% of the druid's base mana pool and a 3-minute cooldown. So this means Wrath of the Lich King Innovate will restore about 7,800 mana. It will have a shorter cooldown, but now any target that needs mana is a good target for an Innovate, which will of course not stop your arcane mages informing you that they need it on cooldown every single fight. Feral combat tree next. So you know how in Cataclysm feral druids got Skull Bash as a proper interrupt? Well, in Wrath of the Lich King they just kind of had a scuffed version of it added onto existing abilities. So now Bash and Maim will cause an interrupt effect on non-player spellcasting for 3 seconds. So if you really have to interrupt as a druid, you can. It's a pain, but it is possible. Oh, and there's this visual update too for both cat and bear forms as well. Say hello to your brand new improved shapeshifts. And now, in case you're wondering, there are no glyphs to not have to look at Boomkin form. That was Glyph of Stars, and it was also in Mists of Pandaria, and they didn't even update the Boomkin form properly until Legion either. So yeah, if you're playing a Boomy, you better like looking at it. They don't change tree form either. Energy is no longer gained in increments of 20. This will be true for Rogue as well, and will instead continuously regenerate at the same rate it was gained previously, meaning that scenario that happens where you're like 1 or 2 energy off a finishing move doesn't mean you're going to have to wait for a full tick anymore. Nice. Maim is now also a stun and is basically the cat form equivalent of Kidney Shot, but it has a shorter duration and does some damage. Cats also now have an AoE, similar to what bears have been doing since vanilla. Cats now learn to swipe, which does a large percentage of your weapon damage. Great AoE burst on low health adds. Not so good sustained, but better than nothing? Yes, totally. First new spell for druids is Savage Roar. This is the backbone of feral DPS and is a mandatory. You must have this up as close to 100% of the time as you possibly can, or your damage is just gonna instantly disappear. It grants a massive 30% damage buff to physical attacks that can be 33% when glyphed, or up to 34 seconds. Needless to say, maintenance buff playstyle isn't for everybody. I know it's not for me, but we can look more at all the plates you have to spin as a feral DPS soon, and why people always rate it as one of the higher skill cap DPS specs. Tiger's Fury now has a cooldown which is 30 seconds, but has had its energy cost removed, and will actually be useful for the first time ever, as we'll see when we get onto feral talents. As for the feral tanks, Savage Defense is a new passive. When you crit, you take less damage on next attack. Simple enough. Finally, Growl and all taunts in fact have a little rework. They are now a 30-yard range because, much like real life, you do not have to be in melee distance to start talking shit. Also, you can glyph taunts, so they, well, you know, work. Last 4 baseline changes are the tree enthusiasts over in Restoration, so we don't have a bunch to say here. There'll be 2 new spells. Nourish, which is like the druid's small and efficient heal that they were missing from their toolkit. Heals more depending on how many hots or heal over times a target already has active. Basically replaces Healing Touch in all scenarios, so it's a very nice spell to pick up. And oh my god, how has it taken so long? Dungeon healers rejoice, and that one guy who survives a wipe in a raid and then just has to stand there in AFK because he can't do anything finally is useful, because Blizzard are actually giving druids a proper resurrect in revive, and they still have combat res too. This is one of the best quality of life improvements they could have done. No, really, look, combat res is cool and all, just not at the expense of having a normal one. That's all I'm gonna say. So that's our general changes overview. Not a huge amount of new stuff in the baseline kit for the druids, but the talent trees are where we will really see the difference. Let's start with balance again. Both druid DPS specs get way more interesting than they have been during TBC. First thing first, your rotation now is Well, it's a rotation, not just press Starfire till the enemy red bar has disappeared off your screen. In fact, this is an across-the-board change for spellcasters, which I think is super welcome because Boomy, like many other casters, have been pressing literally one button since Molten Core. So let's get the talent tree up and have a dig about and see what the new, shiny and interesting bits are. First off, let's just cover the support parts in the restoration tree, because each talent has had something added onto it, so it's interesting for a variety of playstyles. Yura, for example, gives 10% more intellect while in laser chicken form. Omen of Clarity is now passive and can proc off, well, anything that the druid does, and Master Shapeshifter is new and gives a bit of extra bang for your form of choice. Over in the balance tree, I actually want to start towards the bottom of it, because this single talent defines your playstyle and understanding it will be key. Eclipse. Simply put, if you do not like how this talent works, you will not like Boomkin. Essentially, when you crit with either Wrath or Starfire, the opposite spell is empowered for 15 seconds and only one of these buffs can be up at once. Meaning, broadly speaking, you aren't just spamming Starfire 100% of the fight anymore and are tracking your Eclipse timers, whether it be a good time to proc them, your trinket procs, when to use Starfall, and more. Why you may not like this is because proccing your Eclipse states, which contribute a huge portion of your damage, both have RNG attached. If heroism is up and your trinkets are rolling and you're fishing for a proc, that doesn't feel good. It's a small thing, but it's worth a mention. Let's move back up the tree then. Nature's Grace gets a huge buff, increasing all casting speed for 3 seconds instead of just next spell cast. Nature's Splendor is new, increasing the effect of both damaging and healing periodic effects. Nature's Reach gets some much needed threat reduction tacked onto the side of it, and Celestial Focus gets totally changed. It doesn't have that chance to stun anymore on Starfire, and now prevents spell pushback on a few abilities, as well as giving a bit of spell haste. You'll notice improved Insect Swarm isn't taken here, and when considering increases damage taken from Wrath by 3% or crit chance from Starfire by 3% with dots up, that is surprising. It's recommended in later game gearing, but Boomies are just short on GCDs to apply this dot when they want to be blasting their active Eclipse more often than not. Improved Fairy Fire gets reworked and also now applies a spell hit debuff on the target and even more crit chance for the Boomkin. For real though, Boomkins do really make things go boom. Dream State isn't taken anymore. We don't use the word Oomkin anymore in Wrath the Lich King, partly thanks to another small rework to Moonkin form itself, offering more defenses and getting rid of the highly questionable restore mana on melee attacks. What was that all about, TBC Moonkin form? Now spell crits, wow, that makes more sense, can restore mana. Amazing. Improved Moonkin form adds to your impressive utility toolkit, giving 3% spell haste and spirit scaling for spell damage. Owlkin Frenzy is a bit of a questionable one. You need to be getting hit to get value from it, and in raiding content, well, as a DPS, you tend not to want to be getting hit. Some fights, however, you don't have a choice, like Sapphiron, for example, where it's going to be up all of the time. It's a substantial buff, but not a consistent one by any means. Gale Winds buffs up the power of your AoE spells mainly, very cool, and Typhoon is a brand new spell, which I'm pretty sure the main use of it is to prowl up to Lumber Mill and Arathi Basin, knock people off the edge, and then laugh at them. Not taken here, but if I were me, I'd try and figure out where I can borrow a point to get this. Earth and Moon is just some extra stats and essentially makes it so your main spells apply a Curse of Elements type effect. And finally, the big one, the reason Boomkins kinda pop off in Wrath, one of the most iconic spells of all time, Starfall. Now this is the OG Starfall. In more recent WoW expansions, Blizzard have made it, well, more, how can I put it, controllable. You press this bad boy in Wrath, if it's in 36 yards of you, whether it's in combat or not, whether it's an enemy or a passive, it's getting Starfalled. It does a lot of damage, it scales super hard with trinket procs, and man, it's satisfying to have this ability up pretty much every second pull when you're raiding. Boomies bolster their playstyle of burst and sustained DPS with glyphs such as Starfire, Starfall, and Moonfire. Let's head on over to the Feral Tree then. First thing to consider is there are now more tailored talents between you being a cat or a bear than there was in TBC. More so the case for cat, but we'll get onto that in a moment because I want to start with bears. Similar to Moonkin, there's some support talents in the restoration tree which I don't really have much to add on, apart from they make you do a bit more damage. In the Feral Tree, a new cooldown has been added called Last Stand, sorry, Survival Instincts, but no, it's it is just last stand. Still, it's a nice extra cooldown for both cats and bears. Primal Precision is a huge 10 expertise for free, as well as energy cost reductions. You'll still want that expertise as a bear, it's a super valuable stat. Predatory Strikes also gain scaling off your equipped weapon. Natural Reaction is new and adds some more dodge chance for bears, and Survival of the Fittest also has a mini rework to give you the baseline stats you really need to be able to tank bosses. Infected Wounds is only really taken if no other classes, such as a Death Knight for example, are in the party to provide the 20% attack speed reduction, and Predator of the Pact is another huge pile of stats for bears, including a 12% damage reduction just passively. King of the Jungle adds more damage on top of Enrage for bears, and Improved Mangle is another new talent that reduces its cooldown, which is very important for tanking, as this will be a large chunk of your threat. Rend and Tear and Primal Gore give even more damage and make certain abilities be able to crit, though honestly they are nice, it's a bigger deal for cats than it is for bears. At the bottom of the tree is the new active ability Berserk. For your bear tanks, this will be a 3-minute cooldown, 15-second duration, and it will make Mangle hit 3 targets and have no cooldown. I don't know how you even think about pulling off a bear when they have this running. Obviously this is highly fight dependent, you kind of need to cleave, or this end of talent tree ability is just doing, well, pretty much nothing if I'm honest. Immunity to fears though, but that's more of a PvP thing. Bears beef themselves up further with glyphs such as Growl, Frenzied Rejuvenation, Survival Instincts, and Maul. Again, it's content dependent. If I'm doing a dungeon as a bear tank, you bet I want a Maul that cleaves. For raids though, maybe not so much. Kitty Cat next. We've covered a bunch of the talents, so let's go over the points we missed from a few important ones. Feral Charge can now be used in cat form and allows you to leap behind your target and daze them briefly. Predatory Strikes has a new effect added onto it that gives you 20% chance per combo point spent to make your next spell, which isn't revive essentially, instant cast. This is more of a PvP thing, but when combat res is called for, at least you can do it instantly, and the buff will always be active when you're playing in PvE. Improved Leader of the Pack fixes feral mana issues, and King of the Jungle finally makes Tiger's Fury actually useful, as it transforms it into a mini cooldown that restores energy, kind of like Thistle Tea used to be. Primal Gore means some of your bleeds crit, which is great because they ignore armor, and Berserk reduces energy cost by 50% for 15 seconds, which is great burst at the start of the fight and for setting up your rotation. Cats use glyphs like Savage Roar, Rip, and Shred, and I suppose I should also mention it's not expected that you will power shift or will have to wear Wolf's Head Helm anymore. Fiora doesn't give you energy when you shift into cat as it does in TBC, it just kind of passively tracks your energy when not in cat form, as if your energy bar is always going up whether you are in cat or not. Last set of PvE talents for now, and thankfully the restoration talenting is a bit more interesting than TBC, which is just take every single one of your points and throw them into the restoration tree. So Resto Druids are one of those classes that care about haste breakpoint values. Exciting, this is a bit of a new thing for Wrath of the Lich King, mainly so you can get your GCD or global cooldown as low as possible to allow for maximum heal over time spamming. Again, I want this to be a bit of an overview, so I've gone with what I believe to be a more early game build, so we can just take a look at some of the newer talents. Over in balance, we get some nice additions like Genesis for 5% more periodic healing, Moonglow for better mana efficiency, Nature's Splendor for more hot duration, and Celestial Focus, which again is a consideration depending on your haste. Resto Druids have overall incredible mana efficiency throughout the entirety of the expansion. Back in the restoration tree, Master Shapeshifter has been taken for more heals. Apart from that, a lot of this is the same as TBC, to be honest. Further down in the tree, Living Seed is new and makes it so critical heals do a bit more once the target next takes damage. You can take this if you don't need the extra points over in balance for spell haste. Tree of Life has had a bit of a rework. It doesn't slow you passively anymore, it used to by 20%, and you can cast a whole bunch more spells in tree form now, like Healing Touch. Yes, in TBC, you cannot cast Healing Touch in tree form. There will be no point where I believe this isn't just a huge oversight that was never fixed. Not that you really do cast Healing Touch outside of Nature's Swiftness anymore, but it's just the principle. On top of that, Improved Tree of Life gives some more bonuses from Spirit. Revitalize gives some HOTS a chance to restore resources such as Runic Power, Rage, or Energy. This is actually quite nice and a unique selling point for Resto Druids, kind of like the Tier 3 2 set, if you remember that, back from original Nax. Gift of the Earth Mother is just a pile of stats goodness, and Wild Growth is your final new talent, healing 5 nearby party members over 7 seconds, another solid addition to your ability to just cover the raid in heal over time effects. Resto druids will use glyphs such as Swift Mend, which is such a nice quality of life improvement, Wild Growth, and the last one varies a little bit on your role. You could pick ones such as Nourish, Rejuvenation, or Innovate, for example. So, how do we think druids are going to fare in Wrath of the Lich King then overall? This is a new section for these videos. I would usually cover leveling here, but back in TBC I barely made 2 sentences out of leveling. And in Wrath, just do what you want for it, have some fun, it'll be fine. It's not challenging or super time consuming. Every class has better mana efficiency, personal cooldown, self-sustain, and so on. It wouldn't be much of a talking point, especially when compared to how well we think the class is going to do on average. So it's always hard to say, and I do encourage a very large grain of salt here. If you remember back at the start of TBC, we all expected warriors to be pretty average until they started picking up armor pen during tier 6. In reality, even at the start of tier 5, they were proving one of the top DPS. It's all well and good saying everyone was wrong with hindsight, but that's what hindsight does, and we don't have it right now. There are servers who have tried Wrath of the Lich King time and time again, but at the end of the day, we don't know until Blizzard puts it on their servers. With that said, I'd full on expect the majority of raids to consider taking 1 Feral DPS, 1 Moonkin, and 1 Restoration Druid. Feral tanks will at no point be as good as they currently have been in TBC at any point in Wrath of the Lich King. Yes, people will clear all the content with bears, yes they will work, but the other tanks, notably Prot Pal and Blood DK, just get kind of really overpowered. Feral single target threat isn't as good as their counterparts, and the AoE doesn't compare either. They are still some tanky boys and scale well, but they lack external cooldowns. If you're dead set on continuing playing Feral, it's gonna be possible, but I just think there'll be a bit less demand for them overall. Moonkin should absolutely pop off on clearing trash and fights with consistent adds coming in, especially when it lines up with their Starfault cooldown. But they do really need the stars to align, quite literally, to be seeing themselves anywhere near the top end of the DPS. Even then, I wouldn't expect to remain there for a prolonged period of time. I would say they'll be higher up in the DPS on average compared to where they've been in TBC, but they're not I want to be the best DPS material. They're still highly desirable to have one, as the buffs they provide are incredibly powerful. Also, they are way more fun to play, and that certainly counts for something. I think Feral Cats are one of the specs which could be a surprise and come out on average much higher than expected, and we already think that they will be good. They are in a strange place of doing well early game as their bleeds ignore armor, whilst also scaling super well with armor penetration in later game raids. They're an absolute single target machine with strong burst AoE, and the AoE is mega bursty and just not sustained whatsoever. The difference for Cats will be on experience with the playstyle and knowledge of the fights. You need to know where the target swaps will be, when best to pop cooldowns, will this mob live long enough for me to reapply dots. Each fight will have its own trial and error learning curve of how to optimize a Feral Druid's rotations, which will make it super interesting for some and frustrating for others. If you want a chill raid with a nice, simple playstyle, Feral Cat might not be for you. Finally, Restoration Druids. You'll want one, more or less. It's the same deal as TBC. They fill a niche, they bring great utility, you know what druids do by now, the combat res, the innovate, and so on. No real bad words to say against Resto Druid. If you like it now, you'll like it in Wrath even more. However, much like TBC, it's not going to be that topping heals when compared to others. If that's what you want out of the game, you need to be thinking about Holy Pala. Again, these are speaking from experience, talking with others, and personal research on each specialization. We've had surprises in the past, we will be having them again, I'm sure, but those are my current impressions of Druid performance in PvE. So that's about enough on PvE, let's talk PvP and head over to the arena. If you're an avid TBC PvPer, I'm sure your impression of the Druid class at the moment looks something like about 95% of them are Restoration, 5% of them are Ferals, and Boomkins don't exist. This changes in Wrath quite a bit. Restoration goes from arguably the best healer in TBC to the least represented in Wrath, though it still fits in a number of extremely powerful comps. It's just not in every second game anymore. Feral Cat becomes considerably more threatening and gains a wide variety of tools to become more effective, and Boomkin, Yeah, not in the best spot still. So restoration, do they fall off? Do they just get terrible? What's the deal with that? I'll put it on two main reasons why the other healers have caught up. Everyone else just gets absolutely an insane volume of buffs, while in some ways restoration gets some of their utility and CC taken away from them. And number two, only having a poison and curse as defensive dispels and no offensive dispels is not a very good toolkit when it comes to Wrath the Lich King. Everyone has just kind of caught up to their level now. Here's a talent tree that a restoration druid may consider for the arena. There isn't a huge amount of changes compared to our PvE healing spec. Notable inclusions are natural perfection over in the resto tree, giving you both more offensive and defensive capability, and of course improved bark skin, which makes the druid just have more baseline armor, additional damage reduction on bark skin, and it makes it harder to dispel. You can also glyph bark skin on top of this to make it even better. Changes in the feral tree have made it much less attractive to dip into that for the likes of Brutal Impact or Feral Charge, both of which have now moved deeper into the tree, leading to part of the druid's PvP utility taking a hit. And as you will soon find out, early Wrath the Lich King is arguably more burst heavy than TBC was, which isn't great news when the majority of your heals really need time to take effect. Druids often pair up well with classes that cover their weaknesses or they can CC chain effectively with comps such as Resto Druid Shadow Priest Mage,